Yo, how's it going, everyone? Welcome back. Let me just get comfortable here. What's up? Hey, Mr. Man, Skipster, Serial. It's good to see you all. How's it going? Corsair, Lexi, throw the match. Melina, what's up? Bloody Crow, good to see you. Raziel. Let me see. Bam, bam, bam. Chaka, bam, bam, bam. Chaka, bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Let's see. So, we had some fun during the last stream with Celivis's crazy quest line. Let's get back to it. My controller is plugged in. Does it need to be plugged in? Looks pretty full. Celivis's Rise, level 73, 63 hours. Not bad. Not too bad. Now, we also went to Jaren And he told us that he was going off on some adventure. He was going off to do something. He didn't elaborate on what he was going to do. So I'm not really sure what the deal is with him. The reason I went to him, or the reason I thought of him, was just because of his connection to this whole group. I went back to EG. EG had disappeared. Probably because of my betrayal. And we're trying to solve Sellen's quest line as well. Jaren fucked off with his fancy pants. He does have pretty fancy pants, doesn't he? He looks pretty fancy overall. He's like if like Slave Knight Gale was a court jester or something. What is Jaren's connection to Rani's gang? I can't remember exactly. But he comments on Rani needing Radahn to be killed to restore her fate. I'm pretty sure he comments on that anyway. In one piece of his dialogue. I remember that from my first playthrough. I wonder if it was the dialogue that I got by going there early. You can speak to Jaren long before the festival begins. If you do Redmane Castle in the early game and you beat the Crucible Knight and the Misbegotten, you can go up to him and talk to him and he'll tell you that you need to come back later when the festival is ready. Maybe it was during that dialogue that he mentions Rani, or maybe it was at another point. I can't remember. He served the Carrion family at some point, yeah? Yeah, I can't remember when he talks about Rani. I'm pretty sure he does, though. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure he does. Would you like to know a dialogue option that might be available? Unsure if you ever got it. Sure, as long as it isn't spoiling anything in this quest line. As long as it isn't the next piece of the puzzle or anything. But yeah, that was a lot of fun last time doing all that stuff with Celavus. That was pretty wild. I think EG mentions Jaren after you've spoken to Jaren. EG is gone, though, Salami. I just mentioned that. Yeah, I think I think that happens when you attempt to kill Rani, or when you attempt to turn her into a puppet, even though she's already a puppet. Or, you know, whatever you're doing with that drink. I think it was suggested that it killed her, right? But yeah, that was really cool to see. I love that little scene with Rani. Her dialogue there was great. The abuse she gave me. Enough of thy unbearable breath. Was that one of her lines? Something killed themselves there. I think there's some distinction between a doll and a puppet. Yeah, I guess so. I guess you could say that as a doll, she was in control of herself, but as a puppet, she may have been controlled by someone else. A puppet is on strings, controlled by someone. A doll is not. On a side note, I can also continue Bach's quest line now. Can I? Okay. Interesting. Even though he's still in this same position?
Bok the seamster at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments. Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
I have something that triggers something. I see. That's all you're gonna say? Well, let me know if I'm ever in any danger of, like, missing it completely. If there's, like, a point of no return. I figured I would be continuing Bach's questline when I got to the city. Because that's when I had the option to tell him to go to the academy. So I figured I would be continuing his quest line when I got to that section of the game again, but I just chose the other option. But yeah, maybe there's still some other stuff as well that I haven't seen. Bach is a good lad. You can fuck it up without giving him a larval tear. Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, if I'm ever on the verge of fucking it up, let me know. Unless fucking it up... Unless the other way of fucking it up leads to another outcome. Because I'm okay with seeing another bad outcome for Bach. But if we're on the verge of just triggering the same thing again, then yeah, let me know. Hold on 1 second, guys. I did find the thing from Pidia's map. Yeah, the Amber Shard. The Amber Starlight. And I gave it to Celavus, and he concocted a concoction to kill Rani, or to puppetize Rani. But Rani was too sharp. She knew what I was trying to do. And she cursed me and killed Celavus. He'll simply vanish at some point, depending. Yeah, and does the same thing happen to him if he vanishes? Does he go to the academy to get rebirthed? Just he does it by himself? Or does he just disappear and that's it? I think I'm gonna go back to Selin and just see what the deal is again. That's interesting, though, if he just disappears. The Witchbane Ruins. I don't fucking believe it. It was Jaren. Jaren was actually the key. Look at him. At his jester pants.
Ah, well met. I hardly expected to see the champion of the festival here, of all places. You didn't know Selin, did you? Well, whatever the case, she's dead now. Just put it behind you. She was known as the Graven Witch. Obsessed by the primeval current, countless sorcerers fell to her hand. The most dangerous mage in the entire history of Rhea Lucaria's academy.
Okay, now let's just kill this guy so we can talk in peace. That's a lot of arrows. What did he say there again? He said, oh, it's the champion. Whatever, whatever. This is Selin the Witch of the Academy. She's dead. What did he say there? Catch me up on what he said, if he said anything interesting. It was kind of hard to focus with all those arrows. Wow, the fucking dialogue instantly. Do you have the Wikipedia page open, Salami? Ah, well met. I hardly expected to see the champion of the festival here, of all places. You didn't know Selin, did you? Well, whatever the case, she's dead now. Just put it behind you. She was known as the Graven Witch. Obsessed by the primeval current, countless sorcerers fell to her hands, right? The most dangerous mage in the entire history of Rhea Lucaria's academy. Right. Interesting.
It is strange, though. The woman, she was like a husk. Her soul already fled. I suspect Selin lives on elsewhere. I'm sure she'll turn up eventually, in another body.
Oh, wow.
A sickening thought, but one that won't stop gnawing at me.
Jaren is sharp.
I suspect Selin lives on. I'm sure she'll turn a sickening.
Yeah, I'm the one who's in possession of the soul. So I guess it's possible for this to happen, for this event to trigger before you get Selin's soul, and in that case, you probably just fuck it up. Does he kill her before she has the chance to give you her soul? No, you can still do it. I almost feel like he should just warp here. if you didn't speak to him before this point. You know, without his now, it almost feels like he needs... Like, why does he need me to talk to him before he comes here? He doesn't need my approval. Okay, let's reload the game. The trigger for him showing up is set. Oh, the trigger for him showing up is Selen giving you her soul. Right, okay. But it's not the trigger for him leaving his post, right? So you can talk to him at Redmane before she gives you the soul, and he will still set out. He just won't appear here until she gives the soul. Right, okay. Let's reload the area and see if he's still here. He is, okay.
I suspect Selen. I'm sure she was.
Damn, okay, let's go back. And bring this puppet to life. Let's give this puppet a soul. Where am I going? Ranni's Rise. Exciting. Can you read the soul description again? Glintstone from within the sorceress Selen's body. Seemingly half alive, blood vessels are visible within. In essence, a primal glintstone is a sorcerer's soul. If transplanted into a compatible new body, after their original body dies, the sorcerer will rise again. My apprentice, do you think it distasteful? No, I'm cool with this. Did any of you guys do this on your first playthrough? Naturally, like finding all of this by yourself? Without having to look anything up? No, Crow? Unlikely anyone did? Oh, I wouldn't say that. I'm sure plenty of people did. Okay, let's see, man. Transplant primal glintstone. Seems kind of arbitrary having to wait for these triggers in order to do this. You know, that we have to wait for Jaren to show up there. Let's do it.
My apprentice. Just how long has it been? Thank you. You've helped me fill a new body once again, and it's truly a gem. Young and full of vigor, a snug fit for my primal glintstone. Better still, I've shed those awful shackles. Finally, I can return to the academy.
Oh shit.
To expel the Karian royal family and restore the primeval current. My dear apprentice. I owe this all to you.
Back to the academy.
Finally, I can return to the academy to expel the Karian royal family and restore the primeval current.
To expel the royal family. Who is still even there from the royal family? I guess there are some carrion sorcerers there with those headpieces. Renala herself, I guess, if she is still the queen of the royal family.
My apprentice, shall we commence the lesson? As thanks for procuring this new form, I'll be holding you to a higher standard.
Okay.
Is that a scroll? Takes me back to my academy days. Very well. This is sorcery with which I'm not entirely unfamiliar. I'll be sure to incorporate it into one of your lessons. Never lose that inquisitive spirit, my apprentice.
Cool. Let's pop this.
Have I not been strict enough, I wonder?
Star shower, 10,000.
You wish to resume the lesson? Have I not been strict enough, I wonder?
Oh shit, what have you done? Not like this? What? Is it bad that I'm learning spells from her? Or are you just being a little bitch? Are you just disapproving of this heresy? Salamy's building the mood. So being a little bitch, I see.
You wish to resume the lesson? Have I not been strict enough, I wonder?
All right, we have
You
everything.
wish to resume? Have I not been strict?
Spank me, master. Okay, let's reload and see if she's still here. Very keen to see what happens if she goes back to the academy. I really hope she does. Surely she will. This can't be the end. Yeah, she's gone. Nice. Okay. Jesus. I don't know what to expect here. Her picture is in the debate parlor, I think. There she is. Let's go up to Renala. Hey.
Art thou now assured of thy want to be born anew?
No.
Be not alarmed, nor afeared. I would birth thee as a sweeting, fair and fine.
Okay, so she said she came back up to the academy to get rid of the royals. Get rid of the Carrion Royals. Let's go up to the schoolhouse classroom. Oh no, are people spoiling it? Yeah, I don't want to be told what to do. These are the carrion sorcerers, these ones. Scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus study carrion sorceries, a heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars. Oh, I bet I know where she is. The Craven head. Perhaps. Hey, what's up, Dave? Are you making a video? You making a YouTube video? You becoming a YouTuber? I fucking hate this little room. Oh. You're gonna be the most obnoxious YouTuber? Yeah. If you want, Dave, I can do a special guest appearance on your video. I know YouTubers love to do that. They get their other YouTuber friends to come in and do, like, read out certain things. You know, if you're reading out developer quotes, maybe I'll come in and I'll be the developer quote man. And I can do, like, a YouTube voice. You know, what is up, guys? You know, that old shtick. Today, we'll be covering Monster Hunter Rise. If you ever need me, you know my number. Maybe I can just come in at the end to tell everyone to hit the like button and to turn on notifications. Well, it looks like my idea of coming into this room was a bad one. I'm gonna die. Chat, what did I find in this room? When I explored this room before. Can someone remind me what the item was inside this place? I think this was the place I was looking for. Magic talisman. Interesting here, the little, the thing. What are these called again? God, my brain. We used one of them at the Carrion Study Hall. Portrait of Renala up here. Hourglass, that's the word. Kind of tempted now to go back and check on her other body. Maybe she went over there to see how her other body was getting on. I'm gonna do that. Kind of intrigued to see if Jaren is still there anyway. See if maybe he's moved on now. The study hall having the inverted version, yeah. What is that little place over there? I went way off course here. Okay, back to the Witchbane Ruins. What's going on? Jaren is gone. Jaren is gone. Let me just see if he's returned to his Redmane post. Oh! Misbegotten and Crucible are back. I guess the trigger for this was just talking to Jaren and having Jaren leave. Once Jaren left, this fight probably came back. I was gonna say, grind any tips for this game? I've been grinding tips this whole time. I have a really big collection saved up just for you. Any tips for this game? If it's your like first FromSoft game or first Souls-esque game, vigor. Your vigor stat is important. Focus on your vigor stat early in the game. You might think it would be better to level up stats that would give you more damage, but it's generally not the best idea. It is important to level up other stats like strength or dex or whatever kind of build you're going for, but yeah, putting a good few points into vigor in the early game, you can't go wrong with that. Another tip would be if you find your way to a boss and the boss is kicking your ass, just go somewhere else. There are loads of places you can go in the early game. So if you're just following the light, if you're just following the grace because the game is telling you to follow the grace, and you think that's what you should be doing, that's not really true. Don't get too focused. Don't get too hung up on following this light here. If you find something that's just destroying you, go and explore something else and just experiment. That would be my advice. Oh, it seems like you kind of know what you're doing anyway. If you're level 36. Are you stuck anywhere in particular? Is there a reason you're looking for advice, or you're just looking for general tips? Let's do this fight. Let's see how we get on. It's probably not going to be too bad at this level now. See if we can do it without ashes. Ah. Okay, let's try that again. I might bring in some demi-humans to help me out. Bum bum ba da la da lam bum. Oof. Here he comes. Nice. I want to equip a parry shield. Ha! Parry shield. Let's do it. Nice. Boom. Ah, I thought I had the timing down for that one. Boom. This seems familiar. I learned the Misbegotten from watching your streams, Cody. That's how I learned the Misbegotten patterns. Ah. So by the time I actually got around to fighting him in the game, it really wasn't too bad. I already had the muscle memory. How's it going, man? Did you throw in a host or a raid there or something? Oh god, why am I trying to look at my dashboard in this situation? If you did, thank you and welcome anyone coming in. Boop. Oof. Nice. There it is. Bum 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 bum. Boom. Ah. Losing my focus. Oof. Ooh, I thought that was a little bit too early. I was lurking in your stream a little bit earlier, Cody. I think you're trying to figure out how to do something with Rani's questline. You seem to be perplexed. I think you're trying to... I saw that the door was locked after Astel, and you were trying to figure out what the deal was with that. Yeah, I think I know what you need to do. But obviously I won't say anything. Oop. Oh no! Pop, pop. Heal. It's almost like he stored. Sometimes it feels like they store input reads. It's just that they were in the middle of an animation, so they couldn't do it. Pop. Oof. Losing my focus. Nice. I'm making it harder for myself just going for parries, I think. Nice. Nice. A nice string happening here. Whoop. I never try and parry the two-handeds. At first, I didn't think it was possible. But I've been told that it is. There we go. Is it possible to parry every one of his sword swipes, regardless of whether if it's one-handed or two-handed? I think the only one you can't parry is the tail, but also the shield bash. The Ruins Great Sword. But yeah, we're in the middle of doing some crazy questline stuff at the moment. Probably some stuff that you won't want to see, Cody, if you are still there. It connects to Rani and her people and all of that. Cheers, Cody. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, he's gone. Very interesting. Right, let's head back to the academy. Let me see here as well. Trizati, I don't think I thanked you for your 3 months. Thank you. What are we doing? We're trying to figure out what's happening with Selen's questline. Selen and Jaren and all of that. Selen told us that she went back to the Academy of Raya Lucaria to, I think she used the word expunge, to expunge the royal carrions that are still within the place. So I think my next goal is to just explore Raya Lucaria. Did she say expel? Okay, well that makes more sense given that it is a school. I could have sworn she said expunge. Let me look up the word expunge again. What does expunge mean? Obliterate or remove completely. Okay, right. I thought so. Are you sure she didn't actually say expunge? I thought she said expunge. But expel is interesting, you know, implying that she's going to be the new master of the place. Of course, she wants to come back here and restore the primeval current as well, however she's going to go about that. Is she the new headmaster now? The classroom, the church of the cuckoo. The cuckoo. Let's go to the church of the cuckoo. Just these asshole marionettes. Right, I don't have my dual wielding anymore. Fuck you. Yeah, I have no idea, man. I guess we'll just explore every room in this place again and see what we can find. You're not out here, are you selling? Doesn't look like it. I don't remember ever hearing the sounds of the birds here. I think I'm gonna go back down and just so we cover this area as well. Maybe she can't get through the gate. That'd be kind of funny. Massive mango, hello. I think this just takes me down to the other side of the gate. Yeah, right here. Okay. Okay, no sign of selling here. Isolated merchants. Okay, let's go back to the church. I'm assuming that is juicy mango. God damn it, game. Why do you have to make it so difficult? Why can't she just be up in fucking Renala's room or in the main classroom area? Why do you have to be tucked away in some awkward fucking area? After all I've done to help you. Hey, Mango, thank you for the 16 months as well. Cheers. I appreciate it. It's a 4, by the way. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we haven't been too thorough. Expelling the carrions. Expelling the carrions. Well, yeah, I guess that would be referring to the carrion sorcerers, the ones of the carrion school of thought that see the moon as equal to the stars. I still need to go up and fight this Alabaster Lord guy. Jesus. Fucking dogs. Pretty unique encounter here. I wonder who this grave belongs to. Whoop. They're pretty cool, these guys. They almost remind me of, like, some of the Tumerian enemies from Bloodborne. Just like the size of them. Woof. I guess the way their faces look as well to some degree. Whoa, Jesus. Oh, no. Okay. Gravity well. I take it that's a consistent drop from him. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces fires a projectile of condensed gravitational force. Those struck by it will be pulled toward the caster. Charging enhances potency. A gravitational technique studied by the young Radan. His master was an alabaster lord with skin of stone. Yeah. Somber stone. Okay, let's take the wheel down to the bottom. Key. I still need to give Top the key. Oh wait, no, we did all that shit. I have the barrier. Yeah, he's there. He's up there. He's dead. And I forgot that we did that. Reminds me, these are also another example of the duality theme. The Onyx Black Stone Lords. And the Alabaster White Stone Lords. With the Alabaster Lord sword and the Onyx Lord swords also doing gravity in the opposite ways. One pulls, another repels. Very cool. I haven't really thought about the Onyx Lords at all. I'm very familiar with the Alabaster Lords. Where do you fight Onyx Lords? Like, I don't even recall fighting them. What's your theory on Tops, Dave? Do you think he killed himself after he completed his research? And if so, why do you think he killed himself? You don't think he killed himself? You think he was just killed by a random enemy here? It's just kind of weird, you know? He has his own little desk out here, even though there are all these guys around. And surely he must have been been at the desk for a good while, right? If he was continuing his research. Just with him holding his spell in his hands, it just kind of felt that way to me. Like, you know, he finished his life's work and then he had no purpose after that. And maybe considering the state that the academy is in, that also contributed to it. Like, there was no one to really show his work to, or no one that could really appreciate it now, and that just, you know, it was just like a loss of purpose then. I reckon so. He was very naive. What does he say about selling? I can't remember what he says about selling. Purpose, very important in this. Yeah, it really does come up a lot. Initially, it really reminded me of the hollowing concept in Souls. He says that there were rumors of her being involved in heretical things or something, but he completely writes it off as impossible, as she would never do that. Okay. I was definitely a Selene sympathizer at first as well. Just because the condition she's in when you find her, you know? You see someone tied up and you're... I guess naturally you just kind of want to help them. And seeing her in her other form, she seemed cool, you know? I liked her style. She has a cool voice. She had a cool swagger about her. But Selene was expelled from the academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selene would never do such things. Okay. Alright, let's go to the bottom of this place. I did try giving him my key. Yes, it was a very funny moment in my first playthrough because it was a big decision. I was contemplating it for a long time, driving chat crazy. And then eventually, because I was convinced I was able to give him the key. But I just wasn't sure if I wanted to find another way into the academy. Now that was my line of thinking. I was like, okay, if I give him this key, I'm gonna have to find another way in. I'm just not sure if I want to do that right now. So it took me a while to make that decision. And then when I did finally make the decision to give him the key, he didn't take it anyway. Right. Longtail cat talisman. Right, this is just going to take me up. There's another path, though, as well, isn't there? Get eaten by the Virgin. I already did. Bailey, thank you for the 4. Ah, I thought there was another path up here. Hey, here it is. Oh yeah, I forgot about this little spot. This is kind of spooky looking. Barking orders in chat. Don't you love it? Okay, let's go back up and around this way then. Fuck's sake. Selling. Right, I guess we'll make our way up to the library. The area leading up to that point. Yeah, this is just another place for when you drop down. Oh no! Right on top of another corpse, it looks like. For a second there, I was like, oh, is that me? Is that my body? Where am I? Oof. I think I was carrying a lot of runes. Like 20k or something. I think we need to go back. Do they usually add NPCs or extra side quests with updates? No. This is pretty unique for this game. They have done it before with other games, but only when the DLCs were being released. Only for DLC updates. They would then, like, add a couple of characters to the main game. But those characters that they added to the main game would connect to the DLC in some way. But I think this is the first time they've released a game with unfinished quest lines on launch. Okay, let's go around. Golden rune. Yeah, that leads up there. Let's go around. Jesus Christ. A few quests were extended. Yeah, I think some there was one completely new character that was added as well, right? The pot girl in the pot village. I don't think she was a character initially, was she? Maybe she was sitting there, but I don't think you could speak to her. Okay, up this way. Yeah, there's my runes. No! It's okay. I need to panic. Oh! Oh! I thought I could just walk off and drop onto it. Oh! Oh! 20k. Ah, fuck. I think I've been doing pretty good in this playthrough on not losing runes. I think that's one of the few times I've lost them. There's some kind of skill over there. Hello. You little bitch. Oh, that didn't catch any of them? Come on. Now, I'm just trying to think if there's even a reason for me to go down and then up from the opposite side. Fuck, I'm doing it just in case. It's probably not going to lead to anything. Wait a little. At least this time we have no reason to drop off for any reason. Oh god, that was fucking risky. That would have been soul crushing if I killed myself again. Right, okay, so it does... it does just lead up to the same point, right? For some, I just had to check that. That was me just going round in circles. Okay. Right, hold on. No, I have to go over here. What are you praying to? Oh, this is where you get the Carrion Knight set. Yeah. I wonder what the deal is with these guys in particular. I guess these guys were Carrions. With the with that blue color, you would think so. And with them all looking at that Carrion Knight set. With their mana draining as well, yeah. Let me take a look at the Carrion headpiece again. I guess we can take mana to be tied to moonlight and starlight. Health to sunlight, the Erd tree, maybe, yeah. Am I just stuck over here now? Huh, does anyone know, is this an area that you have to warp out of? No. Oh, hey, here's the path, I see. Nice. Okay then, let's go up to the classroom and go somewhere else. Ellen, you lurking around here? Doesn't look like it. She's not doing a very good job expelling the students here. But maybe she just hasn't started her expulsion. Are you up there, Selen? That'd be pretty cool if she was just standing up there. The only Carrion Royal in this place is the Queen. But that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, who are the Carrion Royals here? Did she say Carrion Royals specifically? Because I was thinking, well, she must be referring to... If it's not the Queen, then she must be referring to the Carrion sorcerers. You know, the ones that wear the Carrion headpiece and the only ones that you see at the Carrion Manor later. These guys. The guys with the shields and the swords. And the sword spells. These are the ones who are Carrion sorcerers. And these are the only ones that you see at the Carrion Manor later on. So I assume that these guys remained, or at least some of them actually remained loyal to the royal family when there was that civil war between the academy and the family. To expel the Carrion royal family. Right, fuck it. Let's go just straight up to the door then. Yeah, I remember people talking about that, Dave. But yeah, I remember just finding that really interesting, you know, when I made my way up to the Carrion Manor after exploring this place. And the only sorcerers you see up there are these guys. And it just so happens these are the ones that study Carrion sorceries. And it just made me think of the civil war between the royal family and the academy. And it seemed to imply that many of these guys actually defected. What was my favorite boss fight? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I have one yet. But I enjoyed most of the main Remembrance bosses. I really liked Rykard just as an amazing spectacle. Oh, what is this? Oh, shit. Be summoned to challenge Sorceress Selene. Oh, nice. I was going to be very disappointed if this was like the only option. So we can challenge her here or we can assist her. I think I'm going to assist her. I want to see what happens if we assist her. I've already betrayed Ranni in this playthrough. Let's go all the way. Let's kill her mother. Let's fuck her whole shit up. Death to the Carians. Death to Rennala. Praise Queen Selene. Pretty nice shot here, actually. That means no respec. Who needs to respec? I feel like I lost my train of thought. I was going to say something. Oh, yeah, about bosses. Yeah, I don't know. I really liked a lot of the main Remembrance bosses. Most of them, I would say. Rykard was probably my favorite just in terms of presentation and spectacle. And I really liked how it evolved that same type of fight that they've done before. With the Storm King from Demon's Souls and Yorm from Dark Souls 3. I thought Yorm was kind of a disappointing evolution of that fight mechanically. But I really liked Rykard. I thought that was a really cool evolution of it. Let's do it.
Jeren, bringer of my death. You have my gratitude for freeing me from my shackles. And I am afraid your work is done. Join the school to reflect on your mistakes.
Join the school to reflect on your mistake. She thanked him for freeing her from her shackles? Oh my god, what kind of spells is she using here? Poor Jaren. Leave my queen alone. Witch Hunter Jaren. Selene is pretty cool. Oh, shit. Eccentrics set. He's the eccentric, huh? It is a pretty eccentric getup. It looks like Renala has been slain. Storm, hello. He killed her body there. And he must have had a special way to kill her. Do you think it was Jaren who was responsible for tying her up there in the first place? But she then thanked him for killing her there because she needed to die there in order to be freed so she could inhabit this new body? She was expelled by them? She was expelled from the academy, yeah. Along with Azor and along with Lusat. Let's take a look at the set here. A pointy, ragged hood worn by the knight Jaren. The hood hides an aged, bearded mask. Jaren served General Radahn as a guest commander, and they are said to have sworn an oath of honorable death to one another. Ah! Interesting. That's actually really good to know. That General Radahn did actually wish for that kind of death, to go out like that. Because, you know, when there was all this talk of this festival and an honorable death, I was like, fucking Radahn is out of his mind down there. You said so yourself, Jaren. He's divested of his wits, gorging on corpses like a dog, howling at the sky. So it's like, just like Radahn can't even comprehend what's going on. But this was an oath that they swore to each other. An oath of honorable death to one another. So this is something that Jaren did for Radahn, because he thought that he would want to go out this way. He would want to be tested. Even though he's out of his mind. Even though he's divested of his wits. Jaren still saw this as being the honorable thing to do, to honor his oath. Okay, let's take a look at the rest of his set here. The Eccentric's armor. Unusually colorful armor worn by the knight Jaren. Jaren preferred a nomadic existence, but after spending time as a guest of the Carrion Royals, he became a guest commander for General Radahn. But after spending time as a guest of the Carrion Royals, he became a guest commander for General Radahn. It kind of makes me wonder about Radahn's connection to the Carrion Royals now. Because Radahn right, you know, I thought Radahn studied in the town of Celia. I was wondering though, wait, when we met the Alabaster Lord here, I was like, huh, did he actually study here? Because we know that he also studied in Celia, right? Or he grew up in Celia. You get that magic spell from the Lord there, but don't you get other spells from other Alabaster Lords, other gravitational spells from other Lords that also have descriptions about their connection to Radahn? I thought the other ones had descriptions relating to Radahn as well. Either way, he is a Carrion Royal, being a son of Renala. That's what I was thinking as well, Listo. Being he would have been the son of Renala, right? Radahn going to class is my headcanon. I mean, that seems like that's could have been very likely. You know, the implication here is that Jaren met Radahn through his association with the Carrions. You know, he became a guest of the Carrion Royals, and then he became a guest for General Radahn because of that. The nomadic existence thing kind of reminds me of the merchants. With how colorful the merchants can be. I wonder, was he one of them? And for the first time, the restless tumbleweed would be bound by honorable oath. The restless tumbleweed. That tying into that nomadic existence. Tumbling through the land. Blown around by the wind. Wherever the wind takes him. Same description on this. The Night Gerents. Okay, really interesting stuff. Now, let's talk to Selen here. Oh, shit. Really taking her place here.
Ah, my apprentice. You've saved my skin once again. Do you see this? The Queen of Caria is no more. With the bodies of Masters Azure and Lusat returned, the Academy can hone the primeval current, so that we, fallen children of the stars, shall beam with brilliance once again. My apprentice, will you stay with us, here at the Academy? Oh, I know it's not possible. You have your own calling, to be the next Elden Lord. But do think of me, of your teacher. On the eve of your crowning, you will always be my darling pupil. Rest assured that no, the entire Academy will swear allegiance to the new monarch.
Oh, yes.
My apprentice. Become Elden Lord.
Sweet. I like your style, Selen. I don't think she implied necessarily there that they are here right now. More that they would be soon arriving with regards to Lusat and Azure. Fallen children of the stars was the line that really took my attention there.
Perhaps I'm jumping ahead, but here is a symbol of my allegiance and the Academy's.
Thank you. Glintstone Chris. What is that? She's much more friendly here than I would have imagined. Yeah? I kind of... I didn't think she'd, you know, just become a complete asshole to me. I guess I didn't really know what to expect, but I thought we'd still be on good terms.
Do you recall what once I told you? That glintstone is the amber of the cosmos, and sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein. When you become Elden Lord, please illuminate me. Lay bare the secrets of life which course the Elden Ring. Next time, I will be your student.
Oh, nice.
Oh, one last thing. If you fail to claim your throne, you can always pay me a visit. Oh, don't fret. Even my dullest pupils will always have a place here.
Sick. See, look, Dave, she's getting even nicer. Even if you fail, you can come back. It's okay, we'll still be cool. She gave me a little jab there, but that was kind of playful, I thought. You know, compare that to the way Celadus talks to you. You know, that was just cheeky banter. We're friends. That's just friendly banter now. Me and Celan we're cool. We're friends. We just talk to each other like that. Okay, I really liked this whole quest line. All of this stuff with Celan and Celadus has been great. Be funny if she called you a blunt stone at the end there. A mask. Okay, I think I'm going to reload the area.
What is it, my apprentice?
Guess we can just rest, actually. We're right beside a site of grace. What?!
Thou art thou now assured of thy want to be born anew?
What the fuck happened, Renala? You can't just act like nothing happened.
Be not alarmed, nor afeared. I will birth thee as a sweeting, fair and fine.
I bet this was Rani's doing. Rani was like, not this fucking shit again. Am I gonna have to interfere and protect my mother again? Rani has some pretty wild powers as well. She killed me without even moving the other day. What the fuck happened? Witch's glintstone crown. The ball is moving. One of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon Rhea Lucaria's scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. Increases intelligence and arcane to the detriment of stamina. This gentle-looking crown was granted to a scholar who excelled in her studies, which also merited the title of witch. Oh!
My friend,
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Any new sorceries to teach me? No? It's almost reminding me of like Adeline's quest line in Bloodborne or something. Where she feels like she's ascending, but she's also like simultaneously enduring like a horrific pain. I don't think this is what Selen wanted for herself. Yeah, maybe not. She wanted to chuck Renala out, yeah. I think it's what Primeval Current... Hold on, let me see here. Hey, avoiding the puddle with the 50 months. Thank you. Cheers, man. Good to see you. Mask. I think it's what the Primeval Current does to weak sorcerers. Mixes them into inorganic matter, which is why it was forbidden. The current seems to be similar to the Crucible in concept. There's a couple of places related to the Primeval Current which has these blobs. Even Azor and Lusat couldn't survive the contact with it. Right, okay. Hey, welcome anyone coming in from... Oh, fucking Aris dropped the host as well. Welcome on in, guys. Thanks for the host, man. Cheers. I didn't notice at first. I thought it was just a resub. I didn't see the host coming in. Welcome on in, Jesus. We're just doing some of these quest lines and stuff that I missed on my first playthrough. Doing this crazy shit with Selen, which is very well hidden. I'm not sure how many of you saw this. Right. I want to see if Azor is still up in his spot. Good time to read the Graven Talisman, yeah. I am the opposite to avoiding the puddle when it comes to playing this game, by the way. I thought it was hilarious. I saw avoiding the puddle kill Gideon. I watched his Gideon boss fight. So funny. He didn't even know who he was fighting. Hey, who was that guy? Can anyone tell me who that guy was? Killed him before he finished his monologue and didn't even realize who it was. I'm a big lore nerd when it comes to these games. I'm like doing every quest line, reading every description, trying to figure out everything as we go along, as we make our way through it. It's pretty funny watching avoiding the puddle take the opposite approach. The Graven School Talisman. A talisman depicting a school of Graven mages, the nightmare of the academy. Raises potency of sorceries. The Primeval Current is a forbidden tradition of Glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. I'm far from the lore master on this game. I'm still getting to grips with most of it. But it's a lot of fun digging into it, trying to piece it all together. Right, so the primeval current is what allowed these things to be created to begin with. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. Right, I want to go and see if Azor is still up in his spot. To see if he did come back to the academy. Where am I going here? Primeval sorcerer Azor. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. And we get his crown, his robe, his set here. She might have messed up while channeling the primeval current and became that ball. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of all this yet. It's a lot to take in. Let's read Azor's crown here. Crown of Azor, primeval current sorcerer. Right, so he was all about the primeval current. All of these lads, they were expelled because they were all fucking with the primeval current. I wasn't really sure if that was the case. It was kind of implied. But yeah, it seems like they were all expelled for the same reason. Set with a prominent blue-green glintstone. This crown replaced Azor's brain and skull altogether, and now removed from his body is all but dead. What power remains within raises the potency of Azor's primeval current sorceries at the cost of additional FP consumption. Okay. Let's take a look at his robe. A robe reserved for Grand Masters at the Academy of Rea Lucaria, corroded by blue-green glintstones. Since the Grand Masters Azor and Lusat were driven from the Academy, no one has achieved their formerly held rank. Yeah, they were pretty badass. No one has achieved their formerly held rank. The Craven Witch, she never became a Grand Master, huh? So I guess it's safe to assume that Azor is also a part of that big ball back at the Academy, and Lusat probably is as well. I guess we should go back to that mine and go back to where Lusat's body was. Maybe we can find some stuff belonging to him. Does the erudition gesture light his headpiece? That's a good question. But yeah, welcome anyone who's here from Aris's channel. I haven't got a chance to really watch any of his streams lately. I did catch a few of his Elden Ring streams. I watched him play a little bit of Gran Turismo as well. That was fun. I used to watch him quite regularly, but haven't had the time recently to watch him as much. It was funny watching him fight Godfrey as well. Everyone was expecting like some kind of a grind against Godfrey, and he beat him in like 3 or 4 attempts. He got to the second phase and just destroyed him at the very beginning of the second phase before he had a chance to do anything. Everyone in the chat was like, what? Just the disappointment in the air was palpable. Everyone hoping for some kind of a grind. How do I do this thing? Switch. Erudition. Where is it? Oh, I think I already had it. It doesn't glow. It doesn't glow. Do they glow everywhere? Are they supposed to glow everywhere? That is a shame, considering it's a big-ass crystal. It's a big-ass piece of glintstone. I wonder if that was something they just forgot to add, or if they omitted it on purpose. Golden rune. Chad, you can tell me, actually. Is there a reason to go back to Lusat's body? Because that cave is a bit of a pain in the ass. There is. Okay, let's do it. Now I need to remind myself how I get there. Up in Caelid somewhere. I always lose my bearings. Celia Hideaway. I think that's it. Oh yeah, I'm sure you can easily get to him. I just can't remember where to drop down. Oh, these weapons. Fuck it, I'm just running. Kind of feel bad for Jaren. Oh, no. Okay, I think we go further. A lot of illusory walls here. Yeah, I think I cleared everything out here. Chat, you can guide me here. Do I need to go a bit further? Do I need to go up there and then drop down over there? I think I need to go up there and then drop down from the crystals over there. I'm still not sure why Jaren hunted her down with such zeal. It was the title that was given to him as well, right? His name was like Witch Hunter. Which almost made me wonder if he hunted other witches. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can infer something based off his allegiance to the Carians or something like that. Yeah, a bit further in. I think Radahn may have studied in the Academy and in Celia. I think there are big implications for both. I think it's explicitly stated that he studied in Celia, or that he at least grew up there. I think it's explicitly stated, and I think it's heavily implied that he also studied at the Academy. Okay, I think this is where I need to drop down. Yeah. Okay, here we are. This is where he was. And we get his set, his really cool looking crown. When I saw him, he really reminded me of the woman at the end of Mulholland Drive and her big blue hair. The crown, the robe, the whole set. Let's take a look. The giant blue glintstone crown worn by Lusat, primeval current sorcerer. This crown replaced Lusat's brain and skull altogether. And now, removed from his body, it is all but dead. What power remains within raises the potency of Lusat's primeval current sorceries at the cost of additional FP consumption. That's cool how they tie it into his sorceries, into the mechanics there. Cool. Ooh, look at that. It looks like an eye almost. Has that little crescent moon pendant hanging from it. Let's take a look at the robe. A robe reserved for Grandmasters at the Academy of Rhea Lucaria, corroded by blue glintstones. Since the Grandmasters Azor and Lusat were driven from the Academy, no one has achieved their formerly held ranks. Same description. Manchettes corroded by blue glintstones. How do you pronounce that, actually? Is it manchette? Manchettes? Manchette? Sounds French. Worn by Lusat, primeval current sorcerer. Lusat had reached a near inorganic state. Ragged waistcloth that extends to the thighs, common amongst old-fashioned sorcerers. Okay. Cool. She's still classed as Sorceress Selin here. So what happened with Renala, I wonder? She just came back? I don't think the implication was that Selin killed her, right? She did say that she came back to expel them. B-Fox with the 6 months, thank you. I heard that you can see Renala hiding during the invasion fight. She's hiding? Someone said, is this just a rumor? Has anyone seen this? She's a stoner mom. Listen to her. How is this woman capable of hiding?
Art thou now assured of thy want to be born anew?
Can she even walk? You know, part of me wondered, is she even capable of moving here? She's in her seat, just with all the rebirthing and the loss of legs and all of that, and her sweetings. Yeah, I mean, I guess she floats in the air during the fight.
Be not, and
She can create that little egg for herself. Not hiding Selin just moved her, I assume? That's not much of an expulsion, though. Just like she just moved her out of the way.
My friend.
Oh. We got one more line there that time. I'm gonna wear Lusat's whole set in a desperate attempt to learn something else here. Wow, look at this. It's really cool how fleshed out the whole theme of sorcery is in this. Like, I feel like compared to the Souls games, there are just way more characters, you know? There are loads of different sorcerers. And there are a lot of areas that tie in with it, you know? Like, it's not just the Academy, it's the whole land of Liurnia, and ties into the Carrion Manor, and the Carrions had... You know, how the Carrion royal family relates to them and the whole civil war and everything. It's really, you know, there's a lot to it. Maybe I'm forgetting how fleshed out they were in Souls, but like, just thinking of Dark Souls 3, for example. I can't think of too many sorcerer characters from the game that you meet. There's the witch. There's the other dude. Okay, so yeah, what do you guys think happened? She brought the bodies of Lusat and Azor back to the Academy, and then they turned into this abomination when they restored the primeval current. But not on purpose. This headpiece really does look cool. Look at it. A big eye. I'm leaning towards... Wait, hold on. I'm leaning towards that she fucked with the current and it backfired. There's her face on the top right. I don't think the other balls have those. Wait a second. Where is it? I took her crown. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look. There she is. I think that's the only one. I don't think we see, like, multiple of the same crown. No, you don't see the mouth move. Well, you don't see her mouth move anyway, because it's not her face, right? It's a stone crown. Let's go and take a look at one of the other balls just to make sure. Where am I going? I'm aware of that, Sad. Yeah, I reread it not so long ago. I'm familiar with what it says. Can take one more look at it, though. The primeval current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. It's heavily implied Selen, Lusat, Azor, and probably others are in that graven mass. Yeah, I think so. Especially if you can't find their bodies anywhere else in the academy and you know that she brought them back there. And we know that all three of them are primeval current sorcerers interested in that primeval current. Let's just take a look at this one. Not seeing any Selen head. Hold on, let me scroll up here. The whole sorcerer ball thing to make stars actually just an obtuse Katamari reference. Hold on, I'm just trying to catch up with what you guys are saying here. There's a lot going on. Yeah, do you think they're just sacrificing the logic there to give you her crown? You know, where it seems that they're heavily suggesting that Selen became a part of that ball, right? But you also pick up her crown beside the ball. I think maybe we're not supposed to really read much into that. Is that just the game giving us the crown? Yeah, I think that's just... We're probably not supposed to read into that. Where we magically just get a crown. Okay then. I'm not sure what I want to do next. But that was interesting. I don't know where to go. Um. Hmm. I'm stumped. Millicent? Where are we with Millicent's questline? I think I need to talk to her at the windmills next. I think that's what we need to do. I guess we could do that. Windmill Heights. We could go to Knockron, yeah. From Limgrave. The new entrance that's been opened up. We could do that next.
Ah, we meet yet again. The arm you gave me truly is a thing of wonder. It feels just like my own. Even handling a sword. Perhaps it is foolish to say this to you of all people, but I am sure of my skill with the sword. Thus, I would have you call upon me in battle, should you ever have the need. I would have you call upon me in battle, should you ever have the need.
Okay.
It is the only way that I can express my thanks.
Ooh, Volcano Manor. I think I might go back to Volcano Manor and have another crack at the fat boy Godskin guy. And we still have to do that. And now with a few extra levels, hopefully that won't be as much of a pain. Let's do that. Let's go back and see how I do against that guy anyway. I really need to get the map. Where are we with Zarya? I learned about her true form. I spoke to Tanith. Tanith told me how much she loved her, and that's where we are with her. That's as far as we got with her.
It's just as my noble brother says. I'm a complete fool. I can't believe I thought I could become a champion.
Oh, it's new.
Perhaps I am a fool after all. No, it's worse than that. As things stand, I've given up on the path of revenge and sullied the name of my house. What an easy mark I must have been.
Yeah. Did I never open the other doors here? That's kind of weird. I could have sworn I opened these doors before. And didn't I opened up this door from the other side. This must be some kind of bug. Chad, what's up with this? I opened these doors before. This one is always blocked, but I found the shortcut. You know, I found the secret that led me into the room. And then I opened it from the other side. You can't open this one? Oh. Oh, even when you go into the room from the other side? Huh. Let's just check in with Tanith.
I see another task. Here is your usual reward.
Ah.
Please, take it.
Serpent Bone Blade.
Now, perhaps the time has come to tell you
Oh!
of the true ruler of this manor, Lord Rykar.
Is it time?
The Erd Tree blessed the Tarnished with grace, but it was all too meager in the face of the enormity of their task. The Tarnished were forced to scavenge, squabbling for crumbs, like the Shard Bearers vying for power in the wake of the Shattering. Our Lord, indignant, has refused.
to scurry about, fighting over what miserly scraps they allow us. If the Erd Tree, and indeed the very gods, would debase us so, then we are willing to raise the banner of resistance, even if it means heresy. We at the Volcano Manor, under Lord Rykard, have sworn no rest until it is done. If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. The Lord's visits with our champions are always a spectacle. It cannot come a day too soon.
Yeah, that is true. It is certainly a spectacle. They live up to their words with that one.
If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. It cannot come a day too soon.
I don't know what the deal is with the Crucible Knight. Maybe we'll find out. I think there's quite a bit that I haven't seen with Tanith. Oh, Dialos is gone. And we get a red letter. Let's take a look at that blade that she gave me as well. People were commenting on frame drops there. Is it better now? Are we good? It's fine now? We're good, okay. Serpent bone blade. Sinister katana modeled after a serpent bone. The densely packed row of spines that jut away from the cutting edge are coated in a lethal poison. Let's take a look at the red letter. It's all the way over here. A written request from Volcano Manor disclosing the name of a tarnished to be hunted. As the final request, the letter is vivid red. Juno Hoslow, Knight of Blood. He can be found in the mountaintops of the Giants. Find the red mark on your map for the exact location. Okay, right. I forgot that we had to go up there. Interesting. I wonder, are we going to see something different up there now with the Alos? Okay. Well, let's leave that for now and go out this way. I think there is another way to encounter Rykard. Oh yeah, actually. If I find Rykard by taking another path, does that mean that I fuck up Tanith's questline and that I can't see the rest of her questline that you would normally get by carrying out all these killings? As long as I don't kill Rykard. Okay, so if I want to see this whole quest line through with Tanith, I should probably do it the way that I did it last time. Yeah, no, yeah, we'll keep carrying out these murders then. This leads you back in here. Yeah. Kind of weird. This feels like something that should be in the game. It really feels like we should be allowed to open this. Or, well, maybe not, I guess, because they put the illusory wall here instead. This is the shortcut back. Why have this why I have 2 shortcuts here. So I guess there is some kind of logic to it. Still kind of weird, though. If they let you open that door, the snails could aggro and get you in the safe zone. Right. Okay, what is the name of this site of grace? Prison Town Church. Okay, let's go up to the fat godskin. Ah, still wouldn't mind a bit more damage, honestly. Ooh, I have better... What? I removed my other ashes. Oh, yes, I remember why now. Whoop. No, Lieutenant. Bum, 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 bum. Ah! Nice. Whoa, shit! Heal! Whoa, Jesus! Nice. More of those, please. Yeah. Fucking hate how defensive you have to be at times. No. Yeah. Stop that. There you go. In those situations, you know, where he's not doing anything, but you're still not safe to attack him, because if you do, he'll just attack you. You won't have time to dodge. Getting very cagey. Nice. Oh. Jesus Christ. No, don't have time to get 2 pokes in after your 50-second roly-poly. Jesus, suck my balls. No. Oh no! Fucking targeting. I'm dead. Oh, the lock-on really annoyed me there. You can't, if you're moving around the pillars while you're locked on, it'll lock off. Oh, tragic. Okay, let's try it again. I overcomplicated it for myself towards the end. I just should have stuck with what I was doing. Salami with the 5-pack. Thank you very much. Cheers. Let me just look at my dashboard as well. Make sure I'm not missing anyone. And Knight with the raid as well. Thank you. Welcome anyone coming in from Knight's stream. B Fox. Salami with the 5-pack again. Cheers, everyone. Ugh. Oh, game. That reorienting bullshit. Yeah, not safe to hit him now. Where are my demi-humans? Where are my demi-humans? Oh, I'm just gonna make it worse. Exquisite with the 9 months. Thank you. Play a game you actually master? Nice. One of them is still alive. The range on that. Oh, he's still alive. Oh shit, the poor monkey. Woo! There's something really funny about the way he caught him there. Ah! Oh my god. I feel like I can only counter things that he does. Even with fast-ass fucking rapiers. It's a little absurd. Ugh. It's really frustrating that I just can't safely hit him when he's just standing there doing nothing. Hey, did a big wind up that time. He does have some attacks that are slow. I don't live in Ireland. I live in England. But it is almost midnight. It's 10 to midnight. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say I hate this boss. I don't particularly like it either, though. It's somewhere in between. Poke. Poke. I will be ultra cagey here. Oh, I thought I was bringing in the demi-humans there. What a waste. Oh, the demi-humans are getting fucked up in the black fire. Jeez. I tried to dodge through it. Okay, couple more attempts and then I think I'm gonna fuck off and do something else, because not gonna grind this boss. No backseating, right? No, you can tell me something if you like. Ah, yeah. Oof. His big drop attack in the second phase can be dodged with a jump. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I'm sure there are loads of attacks in the game like that I'm not aware of, where you can do that, you know? It's easy to forget about the jump when it comes to evading attacks. Easy to remember for certain attacks, like, you know, the earthquake kinds of attacks. Why did I go for an L1 there? That was so dumb. Got to take it slow and patient in this first phase. Big opening there after that one. Bring out the demi-humans. Oh god, I thought I was good. I thought I'd time it perfectly there. Oh, they're gonna get fucked up. No! I think I got really bad luck with the attack that he chose there. Well, we have a few that are still alive. heal. Bam, 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 bam. Thought I had time there. Oof! Okay, I didn't realize that was the same attack. Whoa. Lock on. Nice. There we go. I was really downloading him there towards the end. Yeah, no, he isn't too bad. He is pretty fun once you get to grips with him. Oh, Jesus. Fucking glad that's over, though. How do I like the soundtrack? I like it for the most part. I don't think it's like in the same league as Bloodborne. And I would say there are other Souls soundtracks that I enjoy more than it overall. But I enjoy most of the main boss themes in this, like the Remembrance bosses, the big boy boss fights. Yeah, I would say I enjoy it, but at the same time, it doesn't like really stand out as being like amazing. But still quite good. Serpent's Amnion. What is an Amnion? Yeah, I really like the ancestral spirit theme. It just perfectly complemented the vibe of the fight as well. Just the colors and the way the boss moved, the elegant movements of the boss. Yeah, it really communicated that idea well of just, you know, you're fighting this ancient, beautiful, primal creature, primitive creature. It was really nice. Yeah, a nice change of pace as well compared to the others, you know, not this big bombastic affair. But yeah, I know I liked a lot of the other boss themes as well. I like Godric's. I liked Radahn's. I feel like the second phase of the Radahn theme really complements the second phase of that fight as well. As it transitions to night and as he gets crazier with his movements. The music really ramps up in intensity as well. I like Melania's theme as well. Most runners are doing Remembrance bosses. Do you think you can do dungeon only or other runs? I'm not really sure what you mean. I won't, if you mean like me specifically, I don't really have much of an interest in doing challenge runs for this game or like speed runs. But if you mean like, do I think other runs are possible, like dungeon only or other runs? I'm not really sure what you mean. But I'm sure there are many, sure you could do many types of runs. I mean, maybe I'll go for like a level 1 run at some point in the future. I can't really see myself doing that though. I did do a level 1 run for Bloodborne, or level 4 as it is in Bloodborne. That's the lowest possible level. But yeah, generally I don't really go for challenge runs or stuff like that when it comes to these games. But who knows what I'll do in the future, maybe. Let's take a look at this item, shall we? What was it? Was it a key item? Here it is. Oh yeah, I wanted to Google the word amnion. The innermost membrane that encloses the embryo of a mammal, bird, or reptile. Amnion from the mother's womb, which cradled the poor unwanted offspring of a repellent birthing ritual. It will never dry out, remaining damp indefinitely. Okay. Well, I wonder what we're going to do with this. Obviously connecting to the serpent and Rykard in some way. This big serpent statue here. Okay, cool. Is that the end of the line here, I wonder? Repellent birthing ritual is pretty evocative terminology, yeah. There really is a lot of great language in these games. I really liked kind of simple, or you know, when they kind of bluntly put certain descriptions like this. This crown replaced Lusat's brain and skull altogether, and now removed from his body, it is all but dead. Kind of reminds me of stuff in Bloodborne, like the head of a patient whose head expanded until that was all that they were, or something like that. Belonging to a patient whose head expanded until that was all that they were. I think that's more like it. Just trying to remember. Just when they bluntly talk about like brains and body parts and stuff. Okay, let's take a look around here. I have not done the Volcano Manor. No, I didn't do any of this on my first playthrough. I did beat Rykard, but I didn't find any of the other area. All I did was follow Lady Tanith's quest. All I did was go out and kill Tarnished, and that's how I encountered Rykard. I didn't find any other entrance to Volcano Manor. The Moog robe description where it builds into a hype bubble, then pops it nonchalantly, or maybe just a raving lunatic. Yeah, that's a really good one. I do feel bad for Moog, though. All the same, I have quite a bit of sympathy for Moog, I think. As insane as he is. Mikola is mine, and mine alone. Really? Nothing else there? I might have to go back over there and hit some walls. A basement dweller of the royal family? Yeah, because he was fucking stuck down there by the royal family. He's in the basement. He was shoved into the basement's basement of the royal capital. At least I think so, anyway. Did Moog spend time down in the shunning grounds? I guess I just kind of assumed that he was thrown down there at some point. Yeah, because of course you find him down in the church there as well. In the deepest part of the place. Even below the shunning grounds, down in that church. I think that's where he first encountered the mother. Isn't that what they say at some point in the game, I think? Isn't that where he first encountered the formless mother? You find his shackle down there as well, yeah. I was thinking about... I have a big orb on my head, Storm. Is that why you said that? Were you pondering the orb on my head? I was thinking about how he's underground, being an edgelord obsessed with blood and infatuated and trying to make his bedroom even edgier and more dramatic. Yeah, I remember we were joking around about the room where he keeps Mikola. And the description saying that, you know, no matter what Moog tried to do, the Mikola gave him no response, like regardless of his affections. So like, what did he do? Did he just kept making the room bigger and bigger, hoping that Mikola would react? Look at the size of this place. Aren't you happy? But yeah, I like to see the formless mother as being some kind of replacement for his real mother, who didn't care for him. I'll take that. I'm forgetting the name of the queen, Marika. I really do love how metal that fight is. And really cool how they tie that one attack into the lore when he stabs, when he pierces the air. And then you find out later that that's him piercing the formless mother herself. Really cool. Why am I wasting my time on these slugs? Hey, there's a little path down there. Pearl calling finger remedy up here, okay. Another path here. Ever noticed this other path, Crow? Huh, let's take a look. Okay. Probably back down to an area that I've already been to. I'm carrying 51k here. Ooh, look at this. Oh, God. Show yourself, monster. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Okay. I'm just gonna jump in here if you don't mind. Oh! Do I recognize this place? Is this the same? No, this is a different room. I think it might be the same room, but we're just higher up. Right, okay. Look at these adorable little fellas. Whoa! Woof. Whoa, what's going on? I'm not used to your patterns. Hey, what's up, Dubin? You come from Aris's stream? Gave me a very generous host earlier. Woof. Oof, oh my god. Interesting. Okay, where is this gonna lead? Ooh, look at that fire. No, I don't mean... well, both. Yeah, no, both hosted me. Aris hosts me occasionally, Bloody Crow. I guess you've missed it when he has before. He's been subbed to my channel for a few years. Oof. It's fun to watch someone who's invested into the lore as you are. Most people blaze through it. Hey, I'm glad. Yeah, hopefully I can provide somewhat of a different experience than the norm. I think it is rare to find players who are into the lore, you know, like piecing it together as they go and stuff like that. There are a few of us. Barry Dave in chat is also a big lore head. Excessive profanity. But yeah, it's probably my favorite thing about these games. Just piecing, just the world building, the characters, the language, piecing it all together. Oof. These guys are really destroying me, man. What? Where did that last hit come from? Weren't you dead? How are you hitting me when you're dead? What are these guys doing here? Are they waiting for Rykard? They got that poison breath. Yeah, Aris is like the opposite to me. I was saying that earlier when he hosted me. Although I do remember him saying on stream that he likes to watch YouTube videos explaining the lore. So he isn't completely disinterested, as it may seem, when he's playing the game. That interaction with Gideon, though. Who was that guy? Who was that guy? Anyone know who that guy was? That would be hilarious. I'd love to see Aris do a lore playthrough. Like, of course it would be a parody, but I'd love to see him actually read lore descriptions and pretend to care. Ooh, look at this boy. What the hell are... What's up with your neck, man? Fake backstab again. Whoop. Oh, mango. That's so insulting. There it is. Losing my focus. Kill him. Jesus. Oh! Double KO. Well, at least I got the finish on him. It's like it's exclusive to lore playthroughs. I only sound American when I'm doing lore playthroughs. The way I read the descriptions. I don't know where you're getting that from, man. Hold on 1 second. Right. Where am I going? Don't have my bearings here at all. I hear less of your accent when you're reading. I mean, I guess maybe I'm trying to, like, clearly enunciate my words, so yeah, I guess you might hear less of an accent when I'm not just casually speaking. You know, where I'm trying to, like, clearly pronounce things! I don't think that changes my accent, though. Oh, I didn't even think about the 50k. I didn't even think about the 50k. Runes are for chumps anyway, yeah. Ah, yes, now I remember. I took this path. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Oh, that is a bit soul-crushing after losing my last few runes. I'm from Ireland. Another donation to the devs. Okay, let's go back up. Oh my god, man, that's really frustrating. I feel like it's like 3 levels I've flushed down the toilet now. Dave, you do get people who think you sound American as well, don't you? I think you do occasionally. You do, yeah. Do you get people who think you don't sound Scottish enough? Do you ever get anyone who thinks you should sound more like Limmy or something? You don't sound like Limmy. You ever get that, Dave? It's hard not to take offense when people say that kind of shit. It's like they're trying to remove your identity or something. No, you don't sound like where you're from. Okay, I mean, I've sounded like this my whole life, but okay. Guess you know better than I. But to be fair, we do both have pretty mild accents. Commoner's headband. Let's take a look. A headband that holds cloth in place. A headband that holds cloth in place. Standard wear for commoners of the lands between. Only there are no commoners remaining with their wits about them. Okay, back to my Irish accent. What's wrong with you, juicy mango? What the fuck was that? It was an American accent. It's my normal item description accent. These guys can walk in the lava. Cool. That wasn't Claire. That was a little bit removed from Claire. Chris Redfield. He's a cop too. He's a cop too. Yeah. Okay, where are we going? Ooh. What is that thing? Is it an Amnion? Hey, nice one, Melina. Notice how I say Melina, not Melina, because she refers to herself as Melina. I hope you're all appreciating my extremely precise pronunciation of these names. Fuck. Oh, you're not going to be able to come through, are you? Oh. I don't want this cheese. Oh. Oh. Let me through. Let me through. I love the way they move like that. Oof. I just learned the voice actor for Moog isn't the same as Reptilian Brain from Disco Elysium. You thought they were the same? Really? Yeah, I can't hear that at all. Right, I keep forgetting that these are new enemies that burst like that. Oh, God. Man Serpent Ashes. Nice. Oh, does he? Yeah, Listo? Maybe I knew this and I just forgot it. Who else does he voice? I guess it might just be in the first version of the game before they added other voices. Or maybe not. Oh! Mango, where are you from, by the way? Oh yeah, I knew he voiced the limbic system as well. Spinal cord and the tie. I don't remember the spinal cord ever talking. You are from the US. Okay, I was wondering. just with all your football talk, I know you're a United supporter. But yeah, at the same time, I thought I remembered you saying at one point that you weren't actually from the UK. I was just half. Part of me thought maybe you were from the UK, just with how you were talking on Discord and just how wrapped up in the football culture that you seem to be. Okay. I mean soccer when I say football. Yes. Wow, Storm. Here's me being very nice about it. Ooh, look at this. What happened to you? What happened to your head? Oh, can't believe I lost all those runes. Big headbutt. Yeah. Whoa! Can I backstab? No drop. I was kind of hoping I'd get his head as a reward or something. And a throne here. Is this a lord? Did I just kill a lord here? Lord of the Serpents? Rykard is the Lord of the Serpents, though, right? But it seems like this guy has a little throne here himself. And he had a fancy robe on. He has his little throne. Hey, I'm not sure if I want to go through there yet. Like Zarias. Yeah, I was wondering if maybe this person was related to Zarias. Let's read those ashes. Spirit of a deformed man-serpent that wields a whip of magma. It is said that long ago, the elder serpent that dwelled on Mount Gelmir devoured a demigod, and the birth of the man-serpents followed. Okay. The birth of the man-serpents followed. Yeah, because these are man-serpents. Okay. Magma. Oh, wait. Wait, where am I? Oh, right. This is just this room. Okay. Right, let's see what's through this teleporter then. Liquid hot magma. I got a weapon and spell from the noble too. Godskin Stitcher. Yeah, elegant piercing sword with a Caledon-colored blade wielded by Godskin nobles. Celadon? Caledon? Celadon? The nobles possess skill with the sword unmatched by any lowborn. Despite its size, successive attacks from this weapon are swifter than the eye can follow. What spell did I get? A bluish hue, okay. Can anyone remember what the spell was that I got? Noble Presence. Was it a sorcery or incantation? Usually you get incantations from those guys, right? Noble Presence, yeah. Ancient power of the Godskin nobles. Thrust out belly with gusto to produce a shockwave that knocks back nearby foes. The same attack that he uses, of course. Charging enhances potency, knocking enemies into the air. Once a sign of the god's wrath, this incantation became a trophy of the noble's god hunt. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is Rykard. So this is the other way to Rykard. Okay. Kind of feels like an underwhelming sort of build-up. This way. Just going through this teleporter and like this is it. Just kind of comes out of nowhere. Still pretty cool that there's another way of getting to him, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess it still would be a really cool surprise. Certainly wouldn't be expecting the most bombastic fight in the game to come out of this. Okay. I would like a stone sword key.
Journey to the cap. The two fingers. You maybe.
Okay, just wanted to check in. Hideous bell bearing, Salivus. Nice. Yeah, what caused that to pop into your head, Dave? Would you like a taco? Would you like a taco? Would you like some cheese? Or two more of these? Would you like a taco? Would you like a taco? Would you like a... Would you like a taco? Now it's going to be stuck in my head. Right. I need to go back to where I was. Chat, does anyone know what the nearest site of grace was? Temple of Eglay? That's probably it. Guest hall? I really need to unlock the map. Temple of Eglay. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. And now I'm being reminded of Engi from Dark Souls 1. He was a cool character. Eglay, yeah, and of course that's where we pick up this item. Amnion from the mother's womb. which cradled the poor unwanted offspring of a repellent birthing ritual. It will never dry out, remaining damp indefinitely. Engi had a great voice. I love when he tells you that you're going to feel his wrath if you fuck with the fair lady. You'll feel my wrath. I wish I could remember the exact line. He talks like he's like a frail granny. Who do you think you are, Engi? What wrath? Oh, look at this shit. I guess I'll drop down here if I haven't been here. Oh, okay. Oh no. Oh. That better not be all that I get from this. Okay, I see a purple item. Open up. Missionary's Cookbook. Number 6. Holy Proof Dried Liver. A record of crafting techniques left by a man who, unable to become a finger maiden, instead became a missionary and went forth to spread holy teachings. Oh, they all say that. Okay, I don't remember ever reading this description. Holy Proof Dried Liver. What does that do? Is it any good? Temporarily boosts holy damage negation. Maybe good against the last couple of bosses. Shit, yeah. Right. Well, let's go back up the stairs, see if there's anything. Oh, right. Yeah, not the most exciting rewards, really. I didn't notice the ladder. Let's just sprint past this time. Ooh, I think this is a shortcut that I could have enabled. Yeah. Oh, no. This ladder is why the room annoys me. Why? It doesn't make sense? For some reason? Yeah, we're back here. Okay. There was a little spot to jump, I think. Ha! Because it makes all the drop-down platforms pointless. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe just an alternate way, just for people that didn't see the ladder. I don't know. Yeah, I got the stone sword key. I went back to buy one anyway. Hey, hello. Hey, what's up, Steve-O? Ooh, and now back in this way. Bit of a labyrinth. Okay, cool. And now back down here. I think. Ooh, did I ever go over here? I'm probably going to kill myself by doing this. Chat, is it possible to get a rare drop from that guy with the big head? Can I get his head? You got his scepter. Ooh, nice. Ooh, look at this. Oh. I couldn't tell if this was a new area or not. Oh, we have these other Albinorics. Oh, can you... Oh, yeah, they have like a mouth. They have a... You can see that hole open up. These ones are grim, the shape that they're in. Hey, what's up, Rudy? Is it explained why they're here? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think generally you see Albinorics be used as slaves. But yeah, maybe there's more to their appearance in this area. I don't know. Hey, this reminds me of the guy, the model that you see in the Round Table Hold in the capital. At least I think. In the room where the Dung Eater is. Yeah, and what do we pick up? A seedbed curse. Curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater. A tender pox afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the seedbed curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erd Tree, leaving them forever cursed. One of the most loathsome things found in all the lands between. All these... Oh, look at this little mound of skulls here. All these bodies. Kind of a similar visual to what we see in the Round Table Hold. You know, just a room full of corpses. Full of skeletons. The pesky poo-poo plunderer. Oh no. Ugh. Ah, I see where I am. Finally, I get to find this item. Okay, I think I want to go back up and drop down again, because I think I missed some stuff. Ooh, yeah, I never came in here. Royal Knight's Resolve. This Ash of War grants an armament the quality affinity in the following skill. Royal Knight's Resolve. Skill of the knights who once served the Elden Lord. Hold the flat of the armament to your face and pledge your resolve, greatly powering up your next attack. Usable on all melee armaments. Okay. Ooh, I like how this headpiece looks when it's stained with blood. And we're back. Okay. Damn, it's pretty big, this area.
Hello again. Welcome to Patch's Emporium.
Margit's Shackle. I forgot about Margit's Shackle. I probably would have bought this. How many times can you use it during the fight? With Margit? Twice? Nice. A fetish bathed in golden magic. Shackles were used to bind the accursed people called the Omen. And these ones were made to keep a particular Omen under strictest confinement. Though faint, the shackles still retain vestiges of power, enough to trap the once bound Margit on Earth, if only for a short time. Somewhat of a little hint there, I would say, regarding his lineage. Along with some of the moves that he uses.
Cheers for that.
If you follow this heroic, it cannot...
Okay.
Look at you. A recusant through and through. I knew you had it in you. Take this.
Hey, okay. Letter to Bernal.
A special invitation to hunt some of the first tarnished who sat at the round table hold. If you should accept, I'll next see you on the field of battle. You're still alive. Well,
I think I did this on my first playthrough. I think I remember getting Bernal's invitation. Or Bernal's letter. A written request from Volcano Manor addressed to Bernal, disclosing the names of two tarnished to be hunted. Bargram, the Raging Wolf, and Errant Sorcerer Wilhelm. Both men can be found in the royal capital of Leyndell. Find the red mark on your map for the exact location. Is that how I got the Raging Wolf armor? It's kind of funny, people giving you their letters, carry out their dirty work for them. We got one from Patches. We still need to do that. What would Lady Tana think of this if I showed her? I told her what Patches and Bernal were doing. I should snitch.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me. My mind never ceases to churn of late. Well, I know I can trust you. I saw something slithering in the pitch black of night. It entered the room next to this one and never came out. If I'm not mistaken, it took the form of a serpent, just like me. Does the Volcano Manor hide some secret that Lady Tanith has kept from me? I realize that I shouldn't impose, but if you discover anything, would you please share?
Tell her of the dark side of Volcano Manor. I was fucking distracted at the start of her dialogue by the fucking jar with the big dick in the chat. That's hilarious. You shouldn't have banned that comment. Look at that image. A living jar with a fucking dick, of course. That's amazing. Hold on. So, she said that she heard another serpent slithering around in the room next to this. What else did she say about the serpent? Did she say it was a black serpent? I'm assuming that it's Rykard that's being alluded to here. That seems to be. That seems to be what's being alluded to. I guess she wasn't told. Oh, is that viewer who timed out? I mean, that's okay, viewer. Like, usually we do time out those giant dick emotes, the Hydra dicks and shit, but I'd never seen that one before, and it was pretty funny, so. Question, chat. If I say don't tell her, do I have the option to then tell her afterwards, or is it gone for good? I'm assuming I do have the opportunity to tell her again. I just want to make sure if anyone knows. You don't know? Let's just tell her then to be safe.
Really? Oh, so there was a secret after all. Oh my. Lady Tanith, my own mother, has deceived me.
Oh no.
Was I not born by the grace of a king?
Oh shit, and we give her the serpent's amnion. Oh god. I'm doing it.
What is this? I remember this scent distinctly. Funny, isn't it? I am certain of it. I was born inside this. It's a part of my birth, Mother. You have my gratitude. Thanks to you, I am no longer afraid. I want to know how I was born and met Lady Tanith. One day, I hope to call her Mother once again. This time from the bottom of my heart.
Oh boy, okay.
I want to know how I was born and met Lady Tanith. One day,
talk to Tanith.
If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. It cannot come a day too soon.
Zoraya's troubles. Ooh, we can tell her.
She said that to you. I should have known something was wrong. The signs were clear enough. Well, Zorias has placed her trust in you. All the more reason I must tell you that some things are better left unknown. Besides, no one should be blamed for their heritage. Think about it. We are resisting the ways of the Erd Tree itself. What matters one's lineage in such a crisis? Zorias has placed her trust in you. All the more reason I must tell you that some things are better left unknown. Besides, no one should be blamed for their heritage.
Zoraya's absence. I didn't even know about Zoraya's absence. She's gone? I didn't know that. Well, I guess she's gone. Probably the single most respectful, caring, and loving relationship we see in any FromSoft game, and it's between a lady heading up a murder manor and her snake-adopted daughter. Yeah, it is quite wholesome so far.
No, I haven't seen Zorias anywhere, and she has no scouting duties now. Has she gone off in search of answers? Why won't she just listen?
Oh no.
May I ask your aid? Not as the manor's proprietress, but as Zorias' mother. If she discovers the answer to her question, and it causes distress, have her drink this potion, to purge that which would cause her pain.
Tonic of Forgetfulness.
Yes, I know. My wish is a grave disrespect to her. No different than the Erd Tree's imposition. But I've no choice. It must be done. My wish is a grave disrespect to her. But I've no choice. It must be done.
Alright, I'm not sure if I want to do this. Tonic in a small brass vial. Banishes distress and bitter memories. A gift bestowed by Rykard, sworn to blasphemy, to Lady Tanith, who unfortunately had no use for it. My lord, there could be no greater distress than to forget you. Really interesting. The contrast here. Now that's true love. You didn't read the description for the tonic, Dave, no? Did you get the tonic? Curious as to why he'd give it to Tanith in the first place, because he wanted her to forget, or assumed that she would want to forget. He assumed that the experiences of seeing him go through this transformation would be too stressful, or too, or you know, just that she would want to forget those experiences. But it seems like Rykard was wrong. I guess he thought she'd be horrified, and so on with him being a freaky snake, right? Yeah. Kind of would make you wonder about Rykard as well and how he felt about Tanith. Implies that he cares for her. Yeah, especially interesting now to kind of looking at her as a mother figure and Rykard as a father figure to Zarias. Okay.
My wish is that I've no choice.
This lad is back. Isn't this the third time we've seen him come back?
Worthy tarnished. It is the only thing that can kill that horror. Run it through. The great serpent, that unspeakable monstrosity. Worthy it is the run.
I haven't, Bunya, no. But I hope he's enjoying it. Yeah, it seems like he just pops up every now and then, and but he just has the same thing to say every time. Kind of weird how he shows up. Okay, well, I wonder where she went. I'm certainly not in the mood to explore the entirety of this place right now. I do want to go back to the Temple of Eglay. Maybe she'll be here. Yeah, you missed the end of the Selin quest, unfortunately. It was great. Still not entirely sure of what to make of the ending. But really interesting. I'm better off taking this other elevator, I think. At least I think there was one over here. Wait. Ah, yes, here it is. Part of me wants to go to the fog wall before Rykard and see if she's there. Imagine if you could summon her. Doesn't look like she's here. No. 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 Oh, okay, right. How do I look naked with this orb? Amazing. Look at those big, chunky legs on Gordy. Fuck, I don't know how I get over there, actually. Fuck, man. That item up there. Oh. I wonder, was there another way across? Okay. Oh, I don't want to fucking go all the way back around again. I think I might put these ambitions to rest for now. I'm not looking for Zariah. I was trying to find those items in that room. That's what I was trying to get. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not in the mood for searching for Zariah right now. I might have a quick look at the fog wall. before Rykard, but I'm not going to search through this whole place again right now. I'm getting tired of the place. Audience pathway. Okay. Well, I think I'm done with most of these quest lines for now. I think our next objective will be to head into Leyndell. I have this thing to carry out for patches. I'm not really sure how I get over there. Hey chat, just in case there's anybody having a bad day or week, I just want you to know that you're valuable, loved, and absolutely worth achieving your personal goals. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Storm does have a point. I'm not leaving Zariah. I'm leaving Zariah temporarily while I do other stuff. So we have plenty of time to find Zariah. If we don't, you can tell me. But I'm pretty sure we have plenty of time to find Zariah. Right, I think I'm going to have to go up maybe through that path from the opposite side to find this. Or maybe not, actually. Hold on. Is it right over here? Or this sheep tripping out. What game are you playing, Patches? Whoa! Oof. Why is every character a fucking ninja in this game? Jesus. Look at this guy swooping around. Patches, what is this? Chat. You can... Without telling me everything about this, am I in the right place? Right now, am I in the right general area for this fight? No, is it... I'm assuming it's underground. It's in this spot, but probably underground. Inside the caves. Okay. Oh. Oh. Ah. That's not a safe drop. What? There's no way. What is the purpose? Okay. Well, that's a definite no. Okay, weird. Hey, Martian, have you finished this game yet? I know it's the first From game that you really got into. Curious how you're getting on with it. Okay, I think we'll go down to Liurnia and we'll make our way up into this cave. And maybe that will lead to the fight. Kind of weird. Okay, let's do it. Not yet, still playing through. Nice. How far are you? What main bosses have you done? Remembrance bosses. I don't like the clipping on the horse with this outfit. I really need to check out the Monkey Island games. There is a new one coming out, isn't there? I really wish they'd let you open the map at any time. Astel, Rykard, Morgoth. Ah, okay, so you're deep into it. Nice one. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Getting flashbacks to my search for the Amber Starlight. I'll never be able to look at bolts of lightning the same way ever again. Murdering all the sheep in the area, hoping that one of them had the Amber Starlight. Pretty funny, actually, thinking back on that, considering like the contrast between that and where I actually found it. Like this really interesting secluded area with its own unique statue and various unique enemies spread around it. The sacramental bud adorning the area. This, like, very precious object. Which holds the fate of the demigods. There was me, hoping that a fucking electric sheep was holding on to it. You know, I thought maybe a lot of that stuff spread all over the place, you know, with how the map looked and all these stars falling. You know, I didn't know. Thought maybe I had to get it from one of the lightning bolts or something. Or maybe a sheep ate it. Only Geek-ass with the 18 months, thank you. Ooh, we got another golden seed here as well. Nice. Another side of grace. Anything else here? Oh! Just give me my item, thank you. Barbaric Roar, yes. Lots of bats in this area. What? I didn't murder anyone's friends. Climb, please. Thank you. I can really picture you getting drunk and jumping off a transit van, Bunya. It sounds like a very Bunya thing to do. Xenos with the tier 1 and the 21 months. Thank you. Pretty nice looking cave, this actually. I love the green. I should probably wear the Azure set, actually. If we want to get really thematic here. Looks like it tastes like a mint ice cream, and now I look like I taste of mint ice cream too. It's perfect. Oh, these bastards, yeah. Oh. Oh, nice one, Dialos. Hope you're having a good time with it. Love the ambience in the mines, just the clanking, the echoing clanks, the whooshing wind sounds. No. Little chapel here that they have. Oh, wow. Thinking of a drunk Droops, a drunk Bunya and chat together just reminded me of when Fawcett used to be around getting drunk too. I'm not sure if I remember Fawcett getting drunk. I remember one infamous Dead Space stream where Droops was like really, really drunk. I think we had to time him out, didn't we? Didn't we have to give Droops a big timeout during that session? Pretty sure it was Dead Space. Oh, yeah, I remember Storm. Yeah. Is Fawcett really into guns as well? I remember someone really annoying you in movie night, Storm, because they kept going on about like the gun accuracies in the movie, and you were getting really angry. You're like, who gives a fucking shit about how accurate these fucking gun details are? I don't give a shit. Was that Fawcett? Oh, that was Lolsor. Okay. I think Fawcett is still around, isn't he? Oof. I think Fawcett is around pretty, quite frequently. He's in chat right now? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. He's usually around. I remember that, Bunya. Nice. Pretty cool little zone here. I'm pretty OP for this area, so she shouldn't be too bad. Cut that out. Oh, poisoned again though. Oh no. Ah, forgot about their poison, man. Jesus. 4 of them. Oh my god. I'm dead. I'm dead. Woo! Okay. Grab it. Thank you. It's getting late. I'm going to have to keep my voice down. I'm probably not going to go for too much longer anyway, but I want to get to the end of this area at least. See if we can find this target. Oh, I haven't even been thinking about looking at the map while I've been here. Oh, can you not backstab these wenches? I think that's twice I failed it now. Oh, look at this one that has the crown. Oh god, yeah. I think I might just bypass these two. See you later. Go. Delays for days. Oof. Nice. That feels good. Magma worms, scale sword, and another dragon heart. Where am I on the map? Ah! Is this the room? Is it inside this room? Maybe I have to rest. Oh, you can see, wow, you can summon Millicent for this? That's weird. I can't even use the Site of Grace. That's strange. Well, I mean, just for how this area is balanced, you know? Because you can only give... Millicent can only help you... She can only help you after you talk to her at the Windmill Village, right? See you later, Bunya. Let's reload the game. No, it's just after you give her the prosthetic. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure a lot of players did do this area after giving her that, so fair enough. Oh, she'll be here without the prosthetic? Look, we have our target. Yeah, so she can fight one-handed as well. Cool, just based off her dialogue at the windmill village, I thought that it would have to be after that point. Okay. Alright, let's invade this guy's world. Look at this Havel wannabe here. Whoop. Oh, it didn't let me do the follow-up. I like his butt slam. I think I might actually have that butt slam ability. Or maybe not. Maybe I have to get it from him. He's really enjoying that butt slam. Ah, you bitch. Bad idea, yeah. Unbelievable. No! No! And the stylish finish. I should have went for the backstabs more often against him, actually. I think he left himself open for them with his butt slam and his big somersaults. The Bull Goat set. Pretty cool looking set. Let's take a look at it. Great horned Tragoth's helm, adorned with a gold bull goat motif, provides high poise. Tragoth is a famed knight of assistance. Countless tarnished facing adversity in the lands between have survived thanks only to the Great Horned One's aid. That it feels very suitable that it's Patches who sends us after this guy. Patches wants us to kill the most fucking wholesome tarnished. Famed for his assistance. Countless tarnished survived thanks to this guy. Only thanks to this guy. Of course, this is the one that Patches would send us after. Great Horn Tragoth's armor covers its wearer with a pair of giant horns, providing staunch poise. Same description. Same description. Yeah. Let's try it on. Ugh! I didn't even know you could get that heavy. Yeah, this is as heavy as you can get. You can't even roll. That's what happens when I try to roll. What about when I try to sprint? Yeah, I can't sprint either. Okay, let's go back to the manor.
Hello again. Welcome to Patch's Emporium.
The request is done.
You hunted down Tragoth? Are you certain? No, it's quite all right. Fine work indeed. I'll give Tanith the news. Have some rest, by all means.
Okay, so you actually wanted us to die to Tragoth. I see. Makes sense.
Cheers for that.
Now, just let me reset. Anything new?
Hello again.
What about my reward?
Sharper than you seem, aren't you? I was just holding on to it for you, you know. Here you go. The reward for hunting Tragoth. All yours.
Oh, damn, actually something good. A really unique weapon.
Cheers for that.
A magma whip candlestick. Whether the weapon is good or not makes no difference. Maybe it makes some kind of difference. We'll see. But hey, man, it's a cool, unique looking weapon. This ritual implement is a 3-pronged candlestick with solid flames formed of the magma of Mount Gelmir. When wielded as a weapon, the flames become supple whips of lava. Sea of magma. Swing a molten whip overhead to temporarily cover the surrounding area in a sea of magma. Hold to continue swinging the lava whip. I don't have enough faith to wield it. Oh, cool. Right, it's the same weapon we see them use. Look at Gordy. I think this is the perfect weapon for Gordy. Oh my god. All right, so yeah, you can move with it. Look at that body move. Can you do it while crouching? Amazing.
Forgot something on you? No, no. Stingy little beggar. Try to find it in your heart next time, eh?
Let's just reset one more time, see if he has anything.
Hello again.
Nothing.
Sting.
If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. It cannot come a day too soon.
Alright, guys. I hate to say it, but I'm going to wrap it up there for this evening. It's getting late. It's just past 2 a.m. I need to get some food or something. But I'm sure I'll be back soon with more. I'll probably do some Metal Gear as well this weekend. I would say maybe Friday. I'm thinking of doing some kind of mini solo marathon or something like that. And yeah, I'm sure there'll be more Elden Ring coming up as well. Guys, thanks for being here. It was a fun session. We made some good progress with some of these quest lines. Saw all that stuff with Selen, which was great. And yeah, we'll see where the road takes us next. Cheers, guys. Take it easy. Thanks for being here. Peace. See you all soon.